That says I'm live. Oh, oh, is the cat gonna use my chair? Come on, Trill, you can do it. Use the chair. It's more comfortable than the floor, buddy. Come on. Oh, oh, is he gonna do it? Quiet. I can't tell. Is he gonna? Come on. Get in the chair. Come on, Trill. Come on, buddy. If you've noticed, I added a chair to the room. I'm curious to see if Trill is actually gonna use it. Oh, oh, where's he going? He may have found a bug. He may have eaten the bug. Come on. Is he seriously just gonna walk around it? I bring that chair in there just for him. Oh, don't you meow at me. Get on the chair. Oh, okay. Ridiculous, cat. Ridiculous. I bring you a chair for you to lay on. You look at it, and then you just sit on the freaking carpet. Are you kidding me? You're ridiculous. Ridiculous cat. What? Oh, ouch. Okay, now he's attacking me. Uncool. Uncool. All right. I think we are good to go. Make one more check, because last time I did this, one of my streams wasn't working like I thought it would. But I think we are good now. Yeah, I think we're good now. So cool. So I've got some free time today, so I wanted to do a little bit more coding with the game engine. I've had some thoughts, and I'm kind of excited to get some stuff implemented. And you know, it's been a minute since I've been excited to write some C++. As a small recap, yesterday I think I hopped in and got the raylib code moved out of main.cpp. So now we really kind of have a game engine technically, right? It's just it's reusable components that I can add to this engine and run the application. And as soon as I remember how to create a terminal, ooh, I do remember. I can run the application and we get it. Right? And so all of that is running and no raylib code in sight. So perfect. We are doing much better than we were before, and we're still running at like 14,000 frames per second in debug. So we're looking pretty good. But I did run into an issue last night on GCC. I actually ran into a internal compiler error for GCC 15 and 16. I have no idea what it was complaining about. It was really confusing. But with the help of an LLM to help me like try and get around the problem, we landed on adding some compiler flags for GCC, which is turning off O3 optimization and dropping it down to O2 optimization, and then defining fortify source. And that seems to have at least bypassed the internal compiler for now. Basically, what all of this is coming down to is you're going to use new features like C++ modules, you're bound to run into some edge cases that haven't been accounted for, especially when you start mixing and matching them with third-party libraries like raylib. So fortunately, there is a workaround. That's what we landed on, and everything still compiles: Windows, Linux, Mac, etc. Looking good. And we can probably check real quick in GitHub for our pipeline status. I hope it's green. Oh no, it's not green. Are you kidding me? Windows fails. How's Windows fail? Oh. Oh, okay. So actually I need to add this to my list of things we need to do today. Hang on. Test filtering. So we have in our pipeline, we're running unit tests, but unfortunately, when you're running unit tests in like a software pipeline like this, you don't really have access to a graphics context. There's no desktop environment that is running to actually handle drawing a window or anything like that. A lot of these software pipelines are ran headless, so just like a server, right? And because of that, when you have tests that try and construct a window, it's going to fail with some kind of exception. The WGL, the driver, does not appear to support OpenGL. So the workaround here is, for now, to just filter this out and only run unit tests. And we can, any like testing we do with graphics, we will put that under a graphics test filter. Long term, maybe what we can do with Raylib 6, so I'm on Raylib 5.5, but with Raylib 6, I'm pretty sure... I added a chair to the room for him to sit down and relax, and I think it's working. We now have a cat on stream, guys. We have the live stream cat. It's time to get just a little bit more cozy. Awesome. So anyway, man, now I don't want to talk loud, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. Where was I? But anyway, with Raylib 6, I'm pretty sure they added a software renderer which uses the CPU. So eventually, for at least testing purposes in software pipelines, we can toggle to the software renderer and be able to run our graphics tests in the pipeline. Oh, dude, Jan, I am considering it, right? I need to get a new camera anyway. I have a nice camera, but after streaming for like 2 hours, it like overheats, I think. So I'm using just like a little Amazon webcam. I want to get a nicer camera, and maybe I'll use the webcam and hook it up over by the if I hook the webcam over by the chair, hey Devtron, does that would work, right? I could have a cat cam on the chair. The phone layout you are streaming in, it sucks. My phone layout. You're talking about like the vertical? How does it suck? What's wrong with it? Is it just too small? You can't see anything? Is it something I can fix? Something I can fix. Oh, is there just a bunch of text? It is hard to read code on PC. It does kind of suck, doesn't it? I don't know what to do. You're right, because like I'm covering my face with text. And then the chat on the vertical layout also covers up the code. I don't know what to do. Hang on. I can at least reduce the old layout was better. Did I have a different layout before? I didn't think I made any big changes. Hang on. My goal is to have a good layout, so I need to figure out. You can't read on your 27-inch? So, okay, well, to be fair, I zoomed out, so hang on. Let me zoom back in. So, now the text should be bigger. So, hopefully that helps a little. But, like, I've had the same vertical layout. Maybe I need to reduce how much of me. So I can do that. Now, I can increase the size of VS Code, but then you guys will miss out on like stuff I'm doing in the File Explorer, but maybe that's okay. So I could do like this. How does that look? I am running 16 by 9. You should be able to see that. If you go to my YouTube channel, there should be a 16 by 9 option. Right? So I run I do vertical and 16 by 9, and I've been doing that every time I stream. But I don't know if people who are coming by are aware of that. So if you go to my channel and then go to live, you should see both options. Hey Buffer, how's it going? How's it going, Tractor? Hey Dark. Apologize guys if I'm not seeing you. I'm so excited that I pulled this chair in and my cat is immediately using it. That is so cool. Yeah, can you guys see this? I have both vertical and horizontal, 16 by 9 and whatever the vertical is, 9 by 16. So if you go to my channel and go to live, you should be able to pick whichever one you want to use. Now I'm worried that people who don't know that are going to get turned off and like not want to visit. Yeah, I would agree. Vertical is terrible for PC, but it does okay for phone for those who are doom scrolling, because I want the doom scrollers to come by and say hi as well, right? Let me see. I did just make some changes to vertical, so maybe people can see code a little bit. Okay, yeah, I think vertical's a little better still. I wonder if I should move. I wonder if I should move chat and vertical over. So if I'm like this, how does chat look? Let's try that. All right, how's that looking? I mean, it's hard to see chat, and I apologize for that. I'll have to. I think for vertical, I'm still using the horizontal like sizing for chat, so I'll have to fix that later. I'll do that off stream. You guys will have to just suffer for now. I apologize for that. Okay, cool. Thanks, Devtron. You're at least helping me get some stuff figured out. Oh, I'm so excited about Trill just hanging out with me now, and you guys get to see him. That's so cool. Yeah, sorry, getting distracted. So, last stream, we started to do some essentially wrapping up some code, wrapping up some raylib code in like composable engine objects, and made some progress, right? We basically have a simple main that runs and creates a window, and we add text to that window so we can do this, right? Yeah. And I can resize the window. Everyone sees that, I think. Yep, perfect. Cool. So, what do I need to do next? I have a lot on my mind that I want to try and knock out. So I want to create like a little list of things I would like to try and get done in today's stream. We'll do like markdown, and maybe I'll just save it as notes.md. Yes, C++, modern C++ 23. I'm trying to get some basic components in now, and then I'm going to start using the game engine to actively build my game alongside it. So this isn't going to be like your typical full-blown game engine with physics, fancy like physical base rendering and all that, right? This is going to be pretty simple object-oriented programming, 2D graphics using Raylib, so we're not like doing any heavy lifting ourselves. I'm probably going to add, I am considering implementing like a plugin based architecture so anyone could like extend the engine if they need to. But realistically, the idea is I want to provide players of the game I'm going to make the option to extend or mod the game. And so I'm building up this engine for my game specifically with modding in mind. Text scripting. I mean, if you want to write your own code, you can do that as well. But that's kind of my long-term goal. Short-term goal is showing those who are interested some C++ and my thoughts on building this stuff out. So for today's stream, since I have some time, hopefully we can knock this out fairly quickly though. There's a couple of things I want to address that I wrote last stream. The one that's like prevalent on my mind is the recursion implementation inside object.ixx, where I handle basically your object-oriented style of handling updates and traversing children's updates, that kind of thing. It's very recursive, right? So let's look at the basic one, this update function. Update, I have an update callback that you can override to add your own custom logic. But then in here, it loops over your children and calls child update, which in turn calls the update function, child update, etc., right? Realistically, probably not a big deal for a simple game engine that I'm making, but this line right here, no lint next line, miscellaneous, no recursion. So Clang Tidy, the static analysis tool I'm using, was like, hey, recursion's bad, right? Recursion is kind of harder to debug because you kind of have to like keep a mental load on what's happening. Whereas if you could do it all in one function without the recursion, it just becomes a little bit easier to mentally like track and step through code rather than having to keep jumping back functions during debugging. Ooh, I feel bad for anyone. Like, recursion is useful because it keeps your code relatively clean, but there are downsides to recursion. And one of which is it hides a bunch of what's happening when you're like stepping through. Another potential downside, which I mean, I highly doubt would ever happen with my engine. So this is what I would consider a premature optimization. And that is your stack frame. You could, in theory, smash your stack because you could just like, if you had like hundreds of thousands of children and each of those children had hundreds of thousands of children, you would just get to a point where your stack would just blow up, right? So just for the purpose of, I usually use recursion, but let's explore what it might look like not using recursion. And that way I would be able to get rid of this no lint line and feel a little better that Clang Tidy's okay with the code I wrote. Because I don't like, when I'm building this project, I don't have anyone above me who's code reviewing, so I'm leaning on Clang Tidy to call me out. And so Clang Tidy's calling out my reuse of recursion. So I'm like, okay, screw you, Clang Tidy. I can do this without recursion. Just give me a minute. So I want to handle the recursion. The other thing I want to handle is, and I kind of touched on this yesterday, but this object class is starting to become almost like a monolithic superclass. So I want to kind of pull out some of the responsibility of object, one of which is the notion of rendering. Object doesn't depend on Raylib. It has no notion of rendering. I'm just adding it here because for the game engine, we're going to handle graphics. But what if I wanted to implement a headless service myself, right? Which doesn't do any rendering. So I don't want to like pay for these functions being on my object if I'm never going to use them. So I want to kind of change how I think about rendering responsibility. And then the other issue I'm running into is eventually I want to be able to handle nested children and transformations of those being rendered. And for that, this separation of pre-render and post don't quite work. I kind of need to combine them into a single function and move them into who is actually in charge of rendering, which is going to essentially be my window. So I want to clean that up. So this is going to be like move render to window. I don't know if we'll get to this today, so maybe I'll move this to the end, but I do also want to start thinking about event handling and get that into the engine. Engine access. So pushing events to the engine, that kind of thing. In order to do that, objects are going to need access to the engine and get access to like mutable functions on the engine. So we'll have to be careful there, but I am thinking it'll just be like some kind of set function that you add to the engine, or maybe we pass it in via constructor. So I'll have to think about that one, but I do want to get to that at some point. And then another piece of this puzzle is what is effectively called like on startup or on load. I think an engine like Godot calls it on ready, and it's basically like a second initialization step for objects. Typically it's where you handle like loading resources and things like that on your object, or figuring out references you want to maintain during active game loop, so on and so forth. So we'll want something to handle this, and this might also be where I handle giving access to the engine to everyone who needs it, kind of thing. So we'll see about that. And then the other piece of this puzzle is getting that pipeline to pass that I talked about. Currently running graphics tests and unit tests. I really need to separate that into two different types and call it unit and graphics. So test filtering via gtest, unit versus graphics. So this is kind of where I think I want to spend my time today on this stream, try and get this knocked out. So, recursion. So the first thing first, we need to handle this recursion situation. And since I am not going to be doing render pre or anything, I really want to do it here. So this update where I'm looping through children, what I really would like to do is do something like const auto children equals get children deep. We want to get really deep and grab all of the nested children. I have recorded everything I've been doing. I'm not an editor and I don't know what to do. But yes, I've been recording my videos, and maybe montaging them would be useful. So I have also thought about taking these streams and like editing them, like edit out all the live stream stuff, so like the conversations with you guys, and just having like the, hey, this is the coding that I've done, here's the progress, if you want to follow along, kind of thing. I'm just like, I work 8 hours a day and then I stream 2.5 hours. Like, I don't know where to fit the editing in. I might have to get to a point where maybe I only stream 3 days a week completely and then spend the rest of the time video editing. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do yet, but I have been recording them. I do have them, actually. I could probably just give you a sneak peek here. See? They're right here. And this technically isn't all of them. I had to clean up some, but I've been recording them. I have them. That's fair. You're not wrong. I just don't know like what's worthwhile. Do I effectively create devlogs, edit them into like devlogs, maybe do it like a week at a time kind of thing? Not sure. That might be worth it. But anyway, the goal here would be to, instead of like doing this iterative loop, I just call get children, and this would handle like the nested iteration, collect all of the pointers, and then call update on them. And that would eliminate the recursion. And it wouldn't be update, it would be like update. Is kind of the goal. And that would get rid of the recursion. So for this to work, I need to basically handle this piece right here. So I need to figure out how I want to do that. Enum sounds like the first thing I need to do. So we want like a child options? Is that right? Child options? That doesn't sound right. Find options, get options, find options, find options. Find option. Call this direct. I don't know what AI is doing here. I don't need to set these. Recursive. So we have a find option for direct or recursive. And then the get children function will by default do direct. I'm almost wondering, this could even be like default. Return true. So you're thinking more like my general talks that I have on why I'm doing things, and then if I do show code, maybe I just kind of like fast forward through it. And if anyone's actually interested in following along with the code, they can either like slow down the video or pause to see what the code looks like. Is that what you're thinking? Because I've thought about that too, just like, or maybe even giving like a voiceover as it zooms through all the code being written. I thought about that too. I just I haven't found my niche yet, so I'm not exactly sure the style of video I want to make yet. The first thing I want to do is get my CMake preset video up that shows everything. It's really close. The part 3 is done. I just need to get part 4 done and then basically merge it all together. I need to do an intro to kind of explain what this video is going to entail, and then I'll post it. So I'm thinking, honestly, in the next week or two, that will really be the first video I would consider like my first real YouTube video. Yeah, see, that's the problem. Like the voiceover graphic effects, I agree. I think that would be worthwhile. I don't like. I have to learn how to do more video editing, and I don't know if that's where I want to spend my time. Maybe I hire someone. For me, everything's okay since you are learning English and coding vocabulary. Oh, okay. Fair. That's kind of cool. Someone who's a Spanish native's watching. Hopefully you can follow along. And I'm not like using too much improper English. Don't learn English from me. Or at least don't quote me. Anyway, so I'm thinking default is this get children returns true And then we can also do like option, find option equals find option direct. Oh man, is it gonna auto AI for me here? Yeah, except this is still using recursion. We don't want to use recursion. So the way you try and get away from recursion for something like this, I think, because I've not really done this before, but I think we do like a what do you call it? A like a stack operation. So you keep track of like which child you're currently on, iterate over, and add to that stack essentially. So I'm thinking we do something along the lines of we do our normal case here. We have our children. Hmm. I wonder. I think a lambda might help as well. Maybe. The problem with this is I want to, if we are doing recursion, I want to make sure the children that are returned in like depth first order. Hey, Shachi, Shot. Oh, you guys and your names. How's it going? Um, so I almost want to do like a maybe it needs to be a switch statement. This isn't gonna work. We almost need like a visitor. Ooh, so maybe that's the first thing I do. Oh, chess life. Do you like I have to assume that means you like chess then, right? What's your elo? Hmm. Hang on. I think do I have it on my phone? I am not an avid chess player. I find I run out of patience a lot. Oh, I'm not signed in. Hang on. But I've beaten I don't know what it says about my elo, but I have beaten up to uh I've beaten 3 intermediate bots. So I think that means I'm at least 400, right? And let's see, my puzzle solve is up to my daily puzzle solve is up to 864. So I think I'm at least 400 when I play. I hardly ever play. Okay, so visitor, we populate. We can do like a Isn't there a clean way to do this? Maybe it's just literally I can't because children is a vector of unique pointers, so it has to be like yeah, it has to be this. Oh, there's a copy. So what's the difference? Do I copy or transform? I can't copy because I'm going from unique pointer to raw pointer. So it has to be, I think it has to be a transform. This seems overkill. Invoking a lambda for all this, I'm just going to use a range for loop. That's overkill. We'll just do this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you would destroy me in a second. I'm assuming with those kinds of ratings, you guys are at least familiar with openings. Like I know openings exist, but I don't think I could like I'd have to watch a video to like replicate a an opening. Like I know I'm aware openings exist, but I couldn't like tell you or like perform them. Oh, you're at the rating where you blunder checkmate and won. I mean, doesn't that basically happen until you're a professional? That's like anything else, right? That's like for me, that's Rocket League missing an open net. Um. All right, so we're gonna populate our visitor, and then I think what we do is something like while this is ridiculous. It already knows what I'm trying to do. I mean, if it's gonna do it for me. Except I want to do standard empty. I like using the external functions here versus the member functions because then it allows you to like swap out your data structure if you ever need to refactor. Standard empty visitor. So we get our current, which is back. Is that right? Do I want back? Wouldn't I want front? The only way back would work is if I populated this in reverse order, I think. Because if I am traversing my children one child at a time, I push my first child back, which is right here. But then this is grabbing the last child. Yeah, so I need to, I mean, this is fine for performance reasons, being able to pop back a vector, but this doesn't really work unless I populate it in reverse. So I might have to do that. Stockfish would be alive, I'd be far away from this planet. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna, so I think I need to do a reverse populate here, and then I think we'll be good, but I just realized I hadn't eaten yet, so I'm getting like, I'm getting shaky because I'm drinking Monster, which is probably not a good idea, so I'm gonna go heat up some food real quick, and I'll be right back. I'll probably use the bathroom too. I decided to just do a peanut butter sandwich. It'd be quicker. Okay. So I'm pretty sure, I want to make sure I'm right. First child gets added, but the last child gets visited. First child gets processed. So that's correct. I'm thinking I want to move this out of here and kind of do this filtering after I've collected all my children. Same here. Oh. Do I filter first? Are you a C++ hobbyist, or do you do it for work? I think from a code readability, debugability, I think I recursively collect the children first. Then I run a filter on it. I'm not too worried about performance, because this almost certainly will never be the the blocker. Oh, you're learning it before going to school or university. That's awesome. I only knew like basic before I went to school. I don't think I knew C++ was the thing until I actually was taking college courses. Yeah, okay. So, this is wrong. And I think with ranges, there's like a new way to like do a reverse iterate with the for range loop or range for loop. But I don't remember what it is, so I'm hoping the AI will autofill for me, but I think it's like standard views. Is there a reverse? Oh, it's a reverse. Look at that. That is so cool. Okay, so that will give me reverse children. This is what I'm returning. Oh, wait. That's what I'm returning. I don't need this. I did this in the wrong spot. That's fair. That is perfectly fair. I was terrible at physics. Like, I did all right with the whole calculus based derivatives, force equals mass times acceleration, all that fun stuff. The physics that dealt with like light and mirrors, terrible. I was absolutely terrible. And then I was good with circuits. So I was able to do all the circuit stuff. So I actually think this is fine. It's here that I need to do the reverse. So we had our last child first. This isn't working. I don't think this is going to work. This is hard for me to follow. Because our last child, well, we had our last child first. Okay, so we process our first child. And then we process its children in order. That makes sense. Okay, never mind. I guess this is fine. I guess this is fine. Because here, if it's direct, we have our list of children and we just return it. If it's recursive, we reverse through our children. Grab the first child. And then we add that to the back of the visited list. So we go that basically gets pushed onto the stack. So this becomes the next child we visit, and we grab its children. So okay, yeah, I think that's it. I think I just needed to make sure this was reverse. And then we return children after we're done, and it gets filtered. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. Now, if I build, will all hell break loose? No? Okay. So now the question becomes, if get children by default, do I want to look something up. Oh man. Trill is out. You put your code under CPP. Fair. I gotta check this out. Oh. Oh my. Oh my god. You are you familiar with like writing C? The way you initialize all your variable. Oh my god, you're using goto statements. Nope, nope, nope. This isn't it. Nope. You have dot ats and indexing into a bunch of stuff all over. Nope. Mm-mm. Oh. Nope, you're sorry. I'm sorry. Your code hurts me. Your code hurts my heart. Let's see here. Views. I've never used these views, which is why I'm looking this up. I'm trying to see. Part of why I'm doing this is I want to like try and use new techniques if I can. This might be a little too much for what I need. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it as a vector of pointers because there might be other options I want to use here. Okay, so that compiled. I want to update the test. We have get children with predicate, get children of type. Let's try test object, get children of type with predicate. No. I want to do like get children recursive. I want to make sure that works. I don't like this. This is a very clunky API. Oh, I don't like that. The biggest change I would recommend to the code you posted is use range for loops. You don't need to do index iteration on data structures in modern C++. And in fact, with my code base, because I use Clang Tidy, it will call you out on that. Like you basically you wouldn't pass a merge request. So this is how you should be doing your data structure iteration versus indices. Now if you do need to also track the index, there is a new depending if you have access to modern C++, like C++ 23, 20, 23, you can do standard ranges enumerate, and it will basically return a tuple of your element and its index. So it enumerates your elements so that you don't have to do index iteration and lookup, because that's technically kind of dangerous to do. Yeah, Trill is very, very comfortable. I moved this chair in to see if he would use it, and he took to it immediately. Almost immediately. I'm pretty excited about it. Yeah, I hate this API. I don't like this API. So I'm gonna change things up here. That's too complicated. Sometimes, in the interest of being like, ooh, I'll have this function do this, this, and this, I get excited and just like create these monolithic functions that do all kinds of stuff, and it makes the API rough. So I think this remains a predicate style where you have to pass in. I'm not going to default it for you. But this here, I could make the recursive version. Ooh, that would make it really clean, actually. So let's, oh man, okay. This would make the API, or the code, not the API, pretty clean. Because I could do something like, no, you don't know what I'm trying to do. Find option equals direct. And then I put the recursive code in here without the filter. Oh my god. Which is basically all of this. Actually, it is all of this, isn't it? but no filter. This still isn't quite right. Because I want... If this child has children, then they need to come after it inside this vector. The naming is making it a little hard to read, so I'm going to change that to just V for vector. So I know that's what's being returned. I populate visitor. I almost need to... Direct, default. So the default is just collect the children, return it. If we are recursive, we get our children. Current child. Okay, so V doesn't contain the current. So this really becomes like parent. A little easier for me to understand when I do it that way. So while visitor is not empty, we initialize with our flat map of children. Those children are effectively their own parents. When I am processing one, it gets added to what is getting returned, followed by its children. And then the last child added gets processed first, and that is not what I want. Crap. Oh, actually, maybe I don't even need this because it's going to get added here, right? So I can remove this and reverse this as well. Okay. So now, this is our first child. It gets added. Then we add all of its children in reverse order so that the next loop, we grab its first child that gets added. it has no children, so it goes again, the next child, the next child, the next child, but the fifth child has a bunch of... Okay, I think this works. Tests will be used to verify, but I think this works. So that gives us get children with recursion. So now with this function, all I have to do is get the children, and then I can do a filter. Remove if... Oh, is that what it... Oh, that would actually clean that up too. Is that better? Or does that really make a difference? I wonder what's better. Like creating a new vector and pushing back, or dynamically erasing the contents inside a vector. I almost think just pushing back into a new vector would be better. It'd be easier to debug. Maybe that's what I do. So now it's saying we just do a... Oh, that is clean. That is some clean code. So ranges copy if, iterate over the temporary vector of content, use a pushback essentially, a pushback iterator, and then if the condition of this function that's passed in, this predicate's passed in, is true, it will do it. And then we return v. Oh, that is some clean looking code. We'd have to do some actual benchmarks to see what would be better, but I'm thinking this is fine. We're talking hundreds of nodes, not like thousands or millions. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have to do the same thing for... And let me make sure the tests are good first. Zero sugar monster. Oh, you saw that? Oh, I love these so much. I don't like regular monsters, but whenever these zero, not sponsored by the way, but if Monster ever is ever in the C++ small streamer coding space, I will put your logo on any video game or application I make. You guys won't be able to hear him, but my cat's snoring a little. Call a class object? You mean just like give it the class name object? It's a fairly common pattern. There's a lot of big frameworks out there that have like a base class object that maintains children of objects, that kind of thing. It's fairly common. I would absolutely be the monster CPP ambassador. We used to joke. I was running a small team a few years ago, right around COVID and a little after. And the company, like we're talking like a 30-person company, so small. And I think I was running about 10 people. 10 developers, and so we had the company fridge stocked with monsters, and we always joke that like, hey, we're building this product, it's basically sponsored by Monster, and I've been addicted ever since. What's the pattern called? Like you're talking about like the objects? There is a pattern. It's basically composition. Oh man, what is it called? Like it's a very common pattern, right? Like Qt does it, Godot does it with their nodes. Um there are like some fairly basic C++ scene graphs that do it. I think it's called like CPP object composition. I don't know if it's called composition though. This doesn't seem right. Like I recall there being composite. I think maybe it's composite. Composite design pattern. Yeah, composite. It's called the composite design pattern. This is basically what I'm doing. Traversal, add child, traverse, I'm using update, that kind of thing. Add child, pretty straightforward. They even have like a base object class themselves with add. Hey, look. Oh man, this is hilarious. I didn't even know this existed. But that's basically what I'm doing. Task is usually referred to when doing like asynchronous operations. In C++26, for instance, when standard execution becomes a thing, you'll be able to define tasks to be processed via the execution function. If I see the word task in code, I'm expecting some kind of asynchronous operation. Forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, trying to get my test to compile because now my functions return a vector of raw pointers instead of unique pointers. All right. So that's good. Let's run the test. Make sure this is good. There's some other tests I need to run to verify though. That passed. So I also need to make sure. I think it's this one. So this is really like get children with predicate recursive. And this one needs to be get children recursive. There we go. Is it really that important to actually know the differences between language and framework releases? Do you mean like are you asking like what are the differences? So like say if I was hiring someone to do some Qt development, am I asking them what are like some new features coming out of Qt 6 versus Qt 5? I might ask that question maybe, but I definitely don't put a lot of weight into it, right? Cuz it's more about for me, it's more about trying to start up a conversation to see what kind of interest the developer I'm potentially hiring is going to have, to see if they are just aware of the tools they use, like, or are they coming in fresh, or do they just show up to get work done and they don't really put in any effort to like improve themselves, right? And it also is kind of a conversation starter. It kind of helps me figure out if we would get along, right? You could be the best programmer in the world, but if I don't think we're going to get along, I mean, would you want to work with someone who would just get on your nerves 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? So part of it's that, right? It's just like trying to get a conversation going, see how well the candidate communicates, that kind of thing. but I wouldn't put a lot of weight into it. So if I do ask, oh, excuse me, if I do ask something like that, I'm not gonna like hold you against it. Okay, so I think that's good enough. So we have until I find a bug. So we have children, get children, all of that returns recursive. Ooh, get children of type, I think we also want to support as well. Um, Average person was asking like how important it was to know the differences between frameworks and things like that. And so my example was so Qt, C++, it's on version 6, right? But for the longest time, we were on version 5. And prior to that, we were on version 4. So if I was hiring you to do some Qt like application development, would I ask you what the differences are between version 5 and 6? I might do something like that just to like strike up a conversation and see how just to try and figure out how much you know about Qt kind of thing. But if you didn't know and you like, oh, I've been working on Qt5 most of my career and you know my company never really expanded, I wouldn't hold it against you. But I would be looking for what comes out of the conversation, right? Are you like are you aware that Qt 6.0 exists? What like why would you want to switch to 6.0? Like what are the benefits, right? Like stuff like that is bonus. It would like if you could answer those types of questions, my interest in you would perk. It would perk up, right? If you didn't know, I wouldn't feel negative, right? I wouldn't hold it against you. Oh, right. So I'm storing the type IDs of these objects in a hash map. So if I'm doing recursion for this, actually, this might be a little easy. Will this be a little easier? Oh, awesome. Yeah. So Twitch, it's weird. Based on what I understand, I think technically, I can get got for playing music, but the VODs, the videos that remain after the stream is over, they will not have the music. For YouTube, I can't do that. YouTube will get you right away because well the problem with YouTube is the VODs, the video that remains after the live stream. YouTube doesn't offer a different audio channel for me to stream to, but Twitch does. So I'm able to stream audio to the live stream, but I can't stream audio to the VOD, which is what I want, but YouTube doesn't let me do that. It just has the one audio stream. If I wanted to get music on YouTube as well, I would just have to find some DCMA free music. Find option direct. So the recursive thing has to. We basically need to do the exact same thing here. Like literally the exact same thing. So much so that I am wondering if I implement this as a template function, as a private template function, and then call it. Because it would be like, it would almost be like, what am I doing? We're doing V, reserve, return V. Yeah, it would almost be like return, get children impl, something like that. Except this would pass in children as well. This would almost be a static function. Get children impl as a static function. So I can pass in a vector. Because if I do that, I can do something like return get children impl, something like that. The question is, I could make it like a public testable function by like get children recursive. So we would do this normally. Yeah, I think that's what I might do. Okay, so I need to do what should I do here? Ooh. Um I won't specify a return type. So for those who don't know, if you do auto and don't specify your return type, the return type can be deduced. This is effectively making a template function without having to write the templates. What's it yelling at me about? Get children recursive, get children recursive. Recursive is not a word. That makes sense. Now, the downside here is if I'm specifying my return type here as object T, then the return type will be object T, but I need to support other types, so I might have to be explicit with a template. Yeah, I might have to. So template object type object T. I could still pass this in as auto, can I? And then return as type T. So reverse the children, add the child to V. Oh, no. That's the whole reason I'm doing this was to do this. Okay, so this is the children recursion. Why it's trying to do that? Except we're doing this. Get children recursive. I think all that still works. Then we need to return. Oh, except it's not. I screwed something up. I think I need. Okay, yeah, I need 2 objects. Okay, we have V, visitor, populate the visitor. While visitor is not empty, we keep going. Populate V, and then we return V. So that will give us our type. So then in here, I should now be able to do V equals get children recursive. I don't think I need this. Maybe I do. Okay. Okay, this reserve operation doesn't do anything anymore. So for recursive, we call this guy. If it's direct, we just do what we normally do. And then here, we're basically going to mirror. Basically going to mirror this, but for our types. So in here, we're still doing get children option, copy if they get filtered. And then down here, we do turn the children, switch option, fall through, and then the default is basically, what are we transforming? Static casting to our type. That's right. I forgot about that. I'm not storing them as types, so maybe this isn't as crazy as I need it to be. Ooh. Wait a minute. Because this will be a vector of unique pointers. So this is valid. But if I pass in the other vector, it's a vector of raw pointers. That's annoying. Pass in unique pointers. I could do this. Populate this with raw pointers. And then go back to the if statement. If option equals So if we do recursive, then I change this to recursive because I need this either way. I'm okay with that for now. So then this guy is just a vector of object star. Oh, you know what we could do? We could use a, we might be able to use a span here just for the fun of it. Instead of doing a const reference, I do a span just because I haven't used one yet. Let me get this working first, and then maybe I'll swap to a span. Okay, so now here, where we already will have raw pointers, I guess we do the same thing then. We collect our children of raw pointers. Ooh, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. I guess that's needed. But this has to be something else. What are we transforming? It second? That's what I need to do. It second. It second. Because this will be our vector of objects. Recursively collect all children of a specific type. So the only way that's going to work is I transform it into that specific type first. I pass in V of that type. So then I will only have children of that type. But inside this function, I'm iterating over children that are not of that type. So I have to do the same thing that, okay, so I might not be able to do what I wanted. I might have to have two separate recursive loops because for this function, I'm accessing the vector from a map versus just a vector. So I can't just do parent children. I have to do this every time. Yeah, okay. All right. I tried. Undo, 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 undo. This is for a game engine, for a game that I'm making. And also for those interested in learning C++ and want to watch someone struggle writing C++, who has written it for many years. Yeah, I basically need to undo until this function's gone. All right, so that idea did not turn out. So I basically need to do this same thing, but I need to customize it for my explicit types. So let's copy this. We got a vector of children, so all that works. We know that was tested and working. So then it's here that I need to do this. What's my favorite part of my game engine so far? I am pretty proud of the timing. This was actually something I learned about years ago that I needed to figure out for a modeling and simulation engine, and on how to like fix. It's called Fix Your Time Step. It's something you can actually Google. There's a couple of articles about this, about how to handle like physics steps and how to make your physics steps accurate and close to real time, like on the clock. So pretty happy with like, and it's fairly straightforward. It's not a lot of code, but this code makes it possible for me to basically have a physics time step of like 0.01 seconds, 100 hertz. And after, 1,000 frames, 1 second, 1 real second would have elapsed, right? So pretty happy with that. And then once I get this object stuff done, this object stuff is like the foundation of the engine. It's kind of where most of how the engine's going to work exists. So once I get this kind of flushed out, we'll be sitting pretty and be able to start like implementing really quick. I have some other ideas I want to add to this at some point, but I might be working with a old coworker of mine who will help me out and maybe will appear on stream. We'll see. I'll have to talk to him, see if he wants to do that. Okay. So basically, this needs to, okay, so this needs to happen either way. Oops, I did not copy well. We're going to do this. Kind of like C++ podcast. Again, I have to see if he wants to. He's still kind of a junior. I'd say he's a little more than a junior at this point. But maybe we'll work together on stream and do actual like project planning and story creation, and maybe I can give him some code review, that kind of thing. It all depends on what he wants to do and how much time he has available, because he also works full time. Okay, so when you do direct, you will just get the vector. We will translate it into the type as static cast, and then return it. This check should still happen, though, at the top. Because if we have no children, then just return. I do have a Discord channel. If you've, oh, you know what? No, it should be linked. If you visit my YouTube channel profile, I have some links there. I don't tell anyone about it because, let's see who finds it. Some people have found it. It should also be in my profile on Twitch as well. But I do have a Discord channel. The guy I'm talking about is in that Discord channel. So I have a couple of guys in there labeled developers. They are people who have worked for me in the past who will sometimes help me out when I need them to. And we work on some projects together every once in a blue moon. But yeah, some people have starting to show up, and there's at least one pretty awesome video of Trill in there that explains why he is named Trill. I think, like, in the grand scheme of things, if the community grows over time, we'll probably be able to start doing some stuff together and have some fun ideas that, the only problem with doing something like a game engine is, as you're looking at it right now, it's kind of dry, right? You really gotta love C++ and learning C++, but it would be cool if we can start doing like like little one-shot programming projects or something like that. Or maybe if I get the engine in a good enough place, we can literally use the engine and, I don't know, do like a game jam or something like that, right? It'd be cool to just interact with people. Let's see here. That's all right. I don't blame you. Not everyone not everyone knows the look, right? They've been there for a minute, but you're good either way. I'm in no rush to become big and famous, you know. If you find me, you find me. Let's see. Children, we return the children. Except I want to call this V to be consistent. If it's empty, just return it. If we choose recursive, this is where... This is interesting. What if you are in a situation where you have a derived object and that object has children, and some of the children are of the type you need, but the parent is not of that type, and you still want to collect all children of that type recursively? So I think what I need to do... Maybe I leave it like this and do the translation at the... No, I gotta make sure that's safe. Here's a question for you, a keyboard snob, as in it needs to be X switches and all that, or even worse. Okay, it's funny you bring that up. So, I'm trying to think. This is one of the most expensive keyboards I own, and it sound I don't know if you guys can hear or not. Mm. It sounds okay, right? I'm okay with it. It's a linear switch, has like a brass weight, all that fun stuff. This is the cheapest custom keyboard I own. It's from, I think, Drop or something like that. Actually, no, this isn't the cheapest. And this has like a tactile bump. And I actually like this one a lot for typing. And then my most expensive is at my other computer. Um, it's thinner. It's thinner than this, so the sound it makes isn't great, or is not like how I would prefer. So far, my favorite keyboard that I've gotten, which is what I'm using. I'm going to unplug it here. It's called the Wobkey Rainy 75 or something like that. And it just like... And it's like the cheapest keyboard I own, but it's like the best sounding one. And it comes pre-lubed and everything. It's so good. And I think it has like a... I forget if my version has it, but they make one that comes where it's like you can either do Bluetooth, 2.4 gigahertz, or wired. Custom keyboard has changed my life. I wasn't even aware they existed like 3 years ago, and then I started making my own. Yeah, I wish you guys hear it. It like sometimes the audio picks it up, but I do have like a filter on the mic, so you're not. It's hard to explain, but so I'm essentially in like a bedroom, and in this bedroom is my furnace. It's in a closet, right? Actually, can I show you guys? I might be able to show you. Like, it's like the furnace is literally right there. And so I need to have like an audio filter on so you guys aren't hearing the furnace, which is why I'm also wearing headphones. And because of that, it's not picking up a lot of like the clickety clacks of my keyboard. Oh, my favorite type of mechanical keyboards are the ones that sound like a babbling brook or like rain falling. Oh, sounds so good. I used to have a, DOS keyboard that was blue switches. It was the loudest, clackiest keyboard ever, and it was great. Okay. Visitor object. I almost wonder if I need to. We're only traversing children of a specific type. That means I need to do type children. How's it going, Mike? I am building a C++ 23 game engine. Nothing complex. Well, I mean, this kind of looks complex. It feels complex anyway. But I am building some of the base components I need to start building my actual game. So I prototyped a while back, like a month ago or two. I prototyped a game called Briarthorn, and I even made a website. Where I want to build like a top-down tactical situation, aircraft fighter RPG of some kind. It's still kind of like in its prototype stage, so I have that in Godot. I want to port it over, but to do that, I want to build up my just the basic pieces I need for C++ as a game engine, and then start building the game, porting it over. And doing so gives you and anyone else who wants to come by an opportunity to see how someone like me with a few years of C++ development experience, how I go about doing it, especially having never made a game engine before. So I'm kind of like figuring this out as I go, right? All right. And also listening to chill music on Twitch if you have Twitch. Sometimes rock music if people get me on a conversation about Metallica. Let's see here. Object visitor, reserve, children, reverse. So all of this has to change, I think. Actually. Yeah, all this has to change because I can't do it this way. I have to do type children. Well, they haven't been casted yet, so this still works. I have found like this whole like composite object pattern. It's like at least with like older code bases, it's like a fundamental way a lot of frameworks do it. Everyone has like little differences to it. I'm going to have my own differences to it, but it's like once you learn to navigate this API, you pretty much know how to use like a lot of the big frameworks. I'm with when you were a kid you dreamed of being a game dev. I'm with you there with like the complexity of math. I'm not the greatest at math, and I've probably forgotten most of the math I've learned over the years. At least with my work, I still do like I still have to be comfortable with I don't know, a little bit of physics, right? Forces, velocities, that kind of math, trigonometry. I use trigonometry a lot, but not a whole lot beyond that. Um, but I remember, oh man, I think seventh grade. I was talking to some friends. I used to be a big, like when I was a kid, I used to play Red Alert, Command and Conquer, those style of games, RTSs. And I remember thinking as a kid, like, man, one of these days I'm gonna make an RTS. And that dream hasn't like left, but I have a little bit more knowledge and realism in my life now, and I recognize just how complicated and difficult building like an RTS would be on my own. So I'm holding off on that. Have I ever played Age of Empires 2? I have played so much Age of Empires 2. Not competitively. I've only ever played like with friends. I even as a kid, I had like the CDs for Age of Empires 2 installed on like Windows 98 and XP. We had two computers at my house, and I'd have a friend come over, and we would. I bought one of these things. Remember these Netgear, and I bought one of those things with like lunch money or something like that, and I would hook up my family's computers, and we would I'd have a friend over, and we would play Age of Empires 2 against each other over LAN. Type children, reserve, gives me the vector of those types, and then I want to iterate over these. So what I can do actually, and type children equals, I can do this. Heck yeah, nice. Your first networking LAN was coax? Oh man. I Red Alert 2. Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. I think this was before TCP/IP, or the game was for whatever reason was implemented with the IPX protocol. I don't know if anyone is familiar with the IPX protocol. I don't remember too much about it, but it's different than like how TCP/IP works today. And as a kid, I'm like 12, 13, 14, somewhere in there. I have AOL.com, or like we have AOL internet, dial up internet at home. I had to figure out how to get a connection from my house to a friend's house over dial up using IPX in order to play an online game of Red Alert 2. And by God, did I figure it out. I don't remember how I did it, but I figured it out. Yeah, I don't. We'd have to look it up, but I think IPX is like it does. It's a different form of like communication. I don't remember exactly how it works. I remember needing to know how it worked one time for a job, but that was like 10 years ago. Type children, which is the same as this. Oh, I don't even need to look for this. This isn't. Oh, this is a const function. Crap. Does it need to be a const function? It probably should. I really shouldn't be modifying the state of my object if I'm just looking for something. Daggone it. So I need to do this again. So if we find it, so I need to do it here. Auto and type children equals it second. Okay, so now we reverse over the type children. We get it. So that's only going to be the children of this type. So that's good. That's good. So on to the next step. Internet Packet Exchange is an obsolete networking protocol developed by Novell in the 1980s for its NetWare operating system. Oh my gosh. In the 90s, PC games like Command and Conquer, Red Alert, Doom, Warcraft 2, and Diablo relied entirely on IPX for... Yes, see? I'm not making this up. I had to figure out how to get that to work with dial-up to play online with a friend, and we would play Yuri's Revenge. Because the original... I'm trying to remember. The original Red Alert game... I think that just straight up worked with dial-up. You just you specified like an IP address or something like that. I don't remember exactly how it worked, or a phone number maybe. But Red Alert 2 used IPX, and so I had to figure that out to play with a friend, I think. It was such a pain. And you got to remember, this is in the days of dial-up. Like, Google did not exist. Yahoo existed, so I probably I was either using like AOL search or Yahoo, and this was like before the internet was just Reddit and Facebook, right? And so you would just you would navigate to some of these like what you would probably call the dark web today. You would just find some of these seedy websites while you're trying to figure out this information, and oh my gosh, you guys are taking me back. All right, so I think I have to do this whole check again. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do no, don't abort. I have to do this. This is Consume by The Warning. I don't know if anyone's heard of The Warning, but, being a Metallica fan, these, 10, 12, 15 years ago, these 10-year-old girls covered a song called Enter Sandman by Metallica, and it got really popular and blew up. Well, it turns out those girls kept playing music and are now becoming huge, and their music is freaking awesome. See you, Devtron. 30 years later. Oh, 30 years later. I thought you were saying later. Oh, I remember downloading God, it wasn't torrent back then. I forget what it was called. LimeWire? You would go to download like a MP3. A 3-minute MP3 would take 30 minutes to download. If I ever want to recommend someone getting into The Warning, I would just say YouTube The Warning MTV. So MTV had, I think it was a couple years ago, MTV, I forget what was it? There was some kind of music award with MTV, and usually you have a headliner, right? And they're doing all these awards and stuff, and The Warning was this band, just a small band off to the side, because they had the side stage or something like that. And The Warning showed up so professional and so ready that they outperformed the headliners and any other band that showed up for this MTV thing. It's live on YouTube. You can see their 2 songs they played. And apparently they were the only band that did not need any retakes. And it's holy crap, these girls rock. They came to play music, and that's exactly what they did. And they have Metallica did a few years back. Metallica did a thing where they reached out to a bunch of bands to write some covers of their songs, but they said don't just copy their songs, like put your unique style on it. And The Warning teamed up with Alicia Cara Alicia. Oh gosh, I don't remember her name. But teamed up with this other really phenomenal singer, and they did a cover of Enter Sandman, and it is badass. Alicia Cara, thank you. Alicia Cara, that's who it is. They teamed up with her and did a cover of Enter Sandman, but made it like completely unique. I mean, what the hell are we doing? We can just... Now that you got me talking about, see? You get me talking about this stuff. All right. So I think this will work for the type stuff. This is doing a static cast. We are allowed to static cast because we are storing our types inside this type map. So this looks good. Then we reverse iterate visitor, and then... So I guess I don't need to do a transform on it because it's actively happening right here. For Metallica, I think the more like easy to listen to songs will exist on their Black Album, Load and Reload. There are a number, like, I like all those albums. I like every song on them. Diehard Metallica fans, I think, aren't as big a fan, but it's definitely their like popular music. It's what made them big. So that would be where I would recommend. But if you're into more like thrash metal type of music, then you want to look at like Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets. But even their thrash metal stuff have a couple of songs on them that are like easy listens. All right, I actually think this might be what I need, so let me go get a test going and see what this looks like. And by get a test going, I am absolutely going to have this autocomplete. Ooh. Yes, because we're not storing these as unique pointers. That makes sense. Black Album is far and away. It's not called Black Album. I think it's literally just called Metallica. Like far and away, that's going to be the album to listen to if you're getting into Metallica. Load and Reload is slightly different, more radio friendly pace. But I like them all, every single one of it. It's my favorite band. I am shadowing it, aren't I? Yep, I already defined it up here. So you really shouldn't define variables again, because that makes it harder to debug. So what do I want to do here? Actually, you know what? It's the same. Am I done with this iterator after I do this? Can I just do this? Will that be a problem? Just reuse the variable? Okay, so get children of type. So now I need a recursive children of type. Get children of type recursive. Good deal. That's what I like to hear. And that test passed. It's not the most robust test, but it's something. So we have a parent. we add derived object. We have a child, we add derived object. So if I call get children recursive, I should expect 2 children, and they should be child 1 and 2. This isn't the greatest test, because it's not doing any negative testing. I wonder if I can get this to create a negative test. Object, get children of type negative. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Oh, awesome. So it understands what a negative test is. That's good. Ooh. Oh, no, this is doing what it's intended. So it's trying to call get children int, but because I'm using C++ concepts, it's now a compile error to be like, hey, this does not derive from object. So what should I do here? I should create... yeah, I want to look for derived object, and I want to expect to only get 1, not 2 children. No. No, I know what I can do. We need like a negative. We'll call it negative public object, and we'll call get children negative. And so we should expect this to be empty. Does CPP have box types? I'm not sure what that means. I've never heard of that. Like Java's integer? Probably not, would be my guess. That sounds like something I would have to implement myself. That's always been the knock against C++ is... let's bring it back. This has always been a knock against C++, and I can't blame them. They're not wrong. Like, you look at this and you go, what is happening? Note, could be the vector of type star, standard allocator type star, get children function of namespace find option const. Wait a minute, there's more notes about the concept evaluated to false. Like, oh, the concept evaluated to false. I know what that means. Because I've had my head in this for years. But I get it, right? C++ is not a beginner-friendly language. Not by a long shot. Is my cat upside down? My cat's upside down. But, I mean, again, it's probably a knock against C++. I get it. But having my head in the language for as long as I had, it's like I'm looking into the Matrix, right? You know how in the Matrix you have all the green sparkly characters falling across the screen? It's the same thing, right? I see the wall of text of C++ errors, and I can just see the Matrix. You get used to it. Okay, so this is passing. Everything is good here. All of this work so that I could do one thing. Instead of doing recursive updates, because Clang Tidy doesn't like it, and I like to write more clear and understandable code by writing more complicated code. So now what I can do is const auto children equals get children find option recursive Now this function is no longer a recursive function. So if we ever need to do like debugging, I can put a breakpoint here and see exactly the entire list of children that are going to get updated on. I don't have to like step through this constant push and pop stack of recursion. everything that's getting updated will be on this line. That was the whole purpose of this. And I can do the same thing here. And then this render pre stuff I'm going to get rid of. So I don't need this no lint next anymore because I'm not doing recursion anymore. And then I'm getting rid of render pre, render post, because I'm going to change how we do this. I'm going to move like the concept of rendering out of object, and object is just going to be updates. So I guess let's fix that now. Oh, I also learned something. This signal slot library by default is thread safe, so each of these signals has like their own mutex to handle all that. But if I'm not doing any like threading for signals, I don't really need that. So apparently what I can do is make them single threaded. All right, so update, instead of render, we need... You guys can't hear it. He is snoring. Pre. So we'll do update pre, update post. So I think what this means is during the update pre step, basically what happens before an update is probably where I'm going to handle events, or at least like collect the events. And then update post is really where all the rendering work will happen. Update fixed. So what I need on update pre. Awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, I've had this chair for almost 10 years and I have never used it. I've just carried it with me. A friend gave it to me because they no longer needed it and I was like, "Yeah, I'll use it." And it's just been sitting like in storage in my house. And I was like, "Wait a minute. If I bring it in here, will he get on it and chill, like hang out?" And he is. I'm actually really excited about that. And he gets to be more comfortable cuz like I have a hard floor and he's been laying on that. I'm like, "Oh man, we can do better." Ray tracing is cool. I don't know anything about ray tracing, but I'm always impressed by what people can do with it. You know what I thought would be kind of cool? I've seen videos, and it might be like a follow along video I do, but implementing a software renderer. I think that's so cool. It's also probably really hard, but it'd let you know how like graphics work. Oh, are you doing that? That's awesome. That is freaking awesome. Okay, so I want to make sure my tests work. Uh, actually, I'm not. It's there's something cool about writing code that generates pixels, right? And then it's like, oh, you could just use bitmap. Bitmap is like one of the simplest image formats, and it's literally just write your pixels to disk and then open it up in an image viewer. And it's like, oh, I have graphics. Oh, wait a minute. Let's fill this array full of pixels. I have a buffer. Let's render the buffer to a window. Holy crap! I am now rendering graphics, and it's like I don't know. It gives you an appreciation on how like a GPU works, or at least how like the graphics APIs work. Okay, yeah, this isn't going to compile yet because I'm going to change. Um, yeah. So now that I have made this change, my base core object class, it handles updates in general. The engine handles invoking updates. So the engine is literally there to just control timing and manage the application state, right? The next step is to derive from object and basically create like a node like you would find in Godot, and the node would have the actual rendering functions on it and have the window invoke those render functions itself. So that's going to be the next piece of the puzzle in order to fix these compile errors. So I'm going to do that next, but I need to re-up on liquids and use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I love SFML. That's one of my favorite graphics libraries ever. It's so simply written C++. It doesn't get much better. And it's fairly well written too. If you've ever like dug into SFML code on GitHub, it's so nicely written. It's so easy to follow along. It's just a good project all along. The only thing I wish they would do is I wish they would get off of OpenGL 2 or whatever they're on. And I think they eventually have plans to. Okay, so where was I at? We need to handle rendering. Mayday, Mayday. If I implement a node object, does it depend on Raylib? I think it does because I'm going to have Raylib handle my transformations for me versus like implementing a scene graph myself, just for simplicity's sake. Scene graph done well gets really complicated. So I think I'll just put it in here for now. We'll call it node. Oops. Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it just depends what math you need, right? If you're just doing like transformations, rotations, matrices, that kind of thing, if like your Raylib, for instance, what I'm using, or if SFML gives you what you need, I would just use it. Save yourself the headache. Otherwise, if you do need a little bit more advanced math, there is a library called GLM, OpenGL Math, and it is a fantastic math library. It does like everything you could possibly need for graphics. It's literally designed to handle all of your graphical math. Yep, GLM. It's on GitHub. You should be able to find it. I've used it before. Yep, it's all CPU side, and it gives you GLM exposes the raw pointers you need to push to the GPU if you so desire. So if you're doing shaders, for instance, and you need to push your matrices to a shader with like a uniform, GLM gives you the pointers you need to do that. Right, that's a little heavier than I want to do for this session. Listen well. Listen well, better listen well. Yeah, I think one of the things I have a lot of experience with is open source libraries because I've had to use a lot over the years. So I'm like very familiar with a number of libraries that you can use to solve a lot of your problems. It turns out if you have an idea and you want to implement something and you're like, man, how do I go about doing this? Chances are someone has already solved your problem and you just need to, what you need to do is go on Google, type GitHub space, and then enter your problem. And almost always something will pop up with a solution to what you're trying to solve. Now, if you're trying to just do it to learn and you want to figure it out yourself, I mean, that's what I do, right? But if you're trying to just get something done, just go to Google, type GitHub space, here's my problem. Almost certainly someone's already done something. Yep. GLM's awesome. Oh, look at that. The autocomplete did the rule of 5. If you've seen my YouTube short, do it. Don't argue with me. I'll be honest, SIMD isn't something I've really gotten into yet myself. I just haven't had a need for it. I haven't really like done a lot of high performance computing or like high performance programming. I've had to make sure like anywhere from like 100 to 1,000 hertz physics models are running in parallel with each other, kind of stuff, and crunching data. But like, I've never had to do anything that like really needed SIMD calculations. So that is definitely an area of expertise I lack for sure. I don't think this is right. Is this right? Because if I do this, that means every node will have a pre and post render occur before the next node. When, as a user, you're probably expecting all pre to occur before render and then all post to occur after. Yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. Um, the so I guess what I need to do is auto render pre, auto render post, and then I also need transforms. So I think I'm just going to use raylib and do something like that. And then what I need to happen here is I need to make sure the transforms get applied. So I think what I need, RLGL. Um, do you push the matrix first? I think you push the matrix first. I could be wrong about that. Maybe you... Okay, looks like you push the matrix first. You had a... I run into that all the time, right? You're sitting there like just chilling, I don't know, browsing the web or something on your computer, and then like you just hear a bunch of white noise, and it's your fan just going full bore. It's like, what in the world is happening? Oh, it turns out you had a memory leak, and you're consuming over 60 gigs of RAM. I've never done that. All right, so this is effectively our scene graph. Very not performant by any means, but probably good enough for anything I'm going to be doing. And this will make sure it will transform my child nodes, and then, ooh, actually, you know what? This won't work. Oh no, did I do all this work just to find out that recursion would actually make this a lot easier? Oh no. This won't work. Because I need a child. So I guess what I could do... Oh, this won't work. What have I done? I mean, these functions are still useful, so it's not completely wasted work. But I think recursion would be easier to guarantee that every time render is called, we push a new matrix. Because the next child to be rendered in this list might be a child of this guy. All right. I've decided we're after all that, we're going back to recursion. But we're keeping my functions because these are useful functions. Uh you know what? Yes. Yes. So all I have to do is this to make it a direct, and this to call itself, and now we're back to recursion. I could always make it a flag, honestly. Could always put a flag here to be like, hey, do this as a recursive update. All right. Sometimes that's the nature of development. You have good ideas, and sometimes you just need to go with what's quickest and easiest, and have future you pay for the damage. Update fix, all that looks good. So we are gonna need the no length still, but in here, by making this recursive, we will get the benefit of automatically transforming our nodes, which is the main reason to do this. I think that's what I want to do. So then when we render, we will transform. And then all of the children that get rendered will have their transforms applied to this transform. Okay. Yep, that's what we need. So window then can still derive from object, but window has to accept a root node to handle all of the rendering and probably the events. So we need to let's see, this goes away entirely. Well, I'll comment it out for now. And I need to what do I need to do? Update post is the render step. So I guess that's all I really need to do. On update post. And then in here, oh yeah, I got to leave that in there for now. We'll have to clean that up. But here we will get all the nodes. And then call render pre. Whoops. Render post. Ooh. If we are pre-rendering, have we already begun the draw? I'm going to say no for now, but that's subject to change. Begin drawing, clear color, end drawing. And then we need to do I want that in there. And then I need this. I think this is an issue with my header files not being exported with my node. So signal slot. So I think the solution is I have to include the signal slot header file. But I'm trying to figure out I guess I'll try it. Yeah, I've ran into this issue in the past. On update post. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not add? Oh, stupid auto completes. Was that the issue the whole time? Stupid C++ errors. That should work. Okay. Cool. Everything compiled. Wait, is this going to be a first try situation? I made all those changes. So if it still works, we should still see hello Awen text. It's time for first try. Yikes. Got that one wrong. I mean, we see the frame rate. Well, some of you might be able to see the frame rate. This doesn't. I need to put this somewhere else. Where can I put this? I don't really have a good spot. Unless I... That's alright. You don't need to see the frame rate. Okay, so I need to figure out why the text isn't rendering. I think the first thing I want to make sure is my push and pop, my matrix push and pop isn't like dorking things up. Most likely, if I had to guess, my render function isn't being invoked. Yep, it's not being invoked. Okay, so why is that? Where in the hell are these on updates coming from? Do those get auto added? That's crazy. Render post, render pre. Render post, render. Okay, so none of my nodes' render functions are getting called. Which means this get children is failing, even though I call window add child. Well, let me make sure. Let me make sure. All right, so we do get here. And nodes. Actually, can't tell if that means it's empty or not. It looks like there's no, it looks like it's empty. It's empty. Yeah. Okay. So that's the issue. So we need to come in here. I'm gonna step into. So let's make sure this actually has children. Looks like it does. This is a crazy. This is a crazy view. Hello, Awen. So we do have a text object in here. So it has the children. So why is this failing? Oh, shoot. Oh, I know why. Oh, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. I know why. So when we add children as a specific type, and I try and store it in my type map, it's being stored as a text object, not as a node object. So I can't simply just call get node. Son of a biscuit. That's an entirely like this problem or this solution does not work like I thought it did. I tried to be fancy and it backfired. I think I know what I need to do, but I'll be right back. I need to heat up some more food. That sandwich didn't last. So the quick and dirty solution is to dynamic cast. But the problem with dynamic casting is it actually can degrade performance pretty quickly if you're not careful. Like a lot of things, I'm like, let's not worry about it. We can deal with it later. Dynamic casting is one of those things where if you start doing that in like a critical section, you will start to notice some performance degradation. So I don't want to do that. So another option is to cache, which is what I was trying to do, but cache the node pointers onto window itself and have window keep a collection of those node pointers. That way I don't have to do any casting at all. VS Engine Runner as a virus? What is that? Visual Studio? I don't know what that is. That it does have a suspicious name, I'll give you that. All right. So, what do we do about this? We can cache. I can add a signal for when children are added to be handled. So, okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. We don't even need a signal, I don't think. I can do a is this the window? So I can have a vector of nodes. I can create a this will have to go on shoot. I'm gonna have to put this on node. I can have a node. Yeah. All right. Let's undo this. Nope, not that. Okay, so node can have a vector of nodes. Children. And then we can hide away the add child. So we can do like using object add child, make it private. Yep, I do need to do that, don't I? Core. And then provide our own public API. For like add node. Ooh, I can create a concept as well, so we can do the same thing we did with object. Probably need to include concepts. Derived from node. So then auto add node. There we go. That's what I need. Oh my god. So type node. Forward the args, make unique of type node. We'll have the base object type actually own it. But we can keep track of it here. Get nodes. Nodes identifier not found. Ooh. The window will have a root node. We can set the root node. You can get the root node. I think that makes sense. All right. So now what I need to do is root node, get nodes, and then in main, we do window. We'll do like root node. No, that's not what we want. Get node, get root node, add child text. All right, second try. We've got some cleanup to do, that's for sure. What are we getting yelled at for? Cannot access private member variable. Hey, it's already working. You're not supposed to use add child here. It's add node. All right, let's see if this works. I do believe it works. Sweet. All right, so progress being made. So now we've got a basic scene graph. Oh, okay. So the next test is, can I just create a basic node to handle transformations, and will it reposition the text node? So now I create a parent node to manage position, and will it move the text? Yikes. It did something. Crap. It's not. So text is a child of position, but it's not. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. There we go. Ugh. Is that the right position? Set position, width divided by 2, height divided by 2. Shouldn't that be like towards the center? Am I crazy? This does not seem correct. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe it should be. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Oh, wait. Nope. I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Can't fool me. No siree. Isn't that right, Trill? Have I just needed to give him a chair this entire time to get him to stop, like, scratching at me? That's crazy. Text. I was defining positions for this guy. So we'll just leave him at 0 for now. Boom. Boom. So now I should be able to, I don't know. Let's just do like width minus 200. So I expect that to move it closer to the right side of the edge. Boom. Okay. Let's put that back and see if rotation works. Position, set. Oh, you know what? I don't know if Raylib, I think Raylib does degrees for their rotation. Let me find out. Go to definition. I don't know if that's true. That might need to be radians. I don't know. Does that look like 45 degrees to you guys? Kind of looks like it to me. Okay. So then if I scale it, I don't know. This seems to be working. I think that's it. I think the game engine's done, right? That's all I need. Render graphics and handle nested objects. Problem solved. Okay, so what did I have for my notes? Recursion. Turns out I still wanted recursion, but I did implement some new functionality to acquire children. Move render to window, that's done. Engine access via object is not done. Startup's not done. Unit test. Okay, so it feels like I've done a lot, but I've only knocked out 2 bullet points. So let's make sure these bullet points are solid, and I'm going to get these committed. Oh, not the notes, not the notes. Microwave's done. Be right back. I'm so hungry. Still got a minute left. So I think the next step is unit test. Actually, I need it. Ooh, fixing unit tests. We need to fix unit tests before I can actually write unit tests because I can't do graphics tests in pipelines on the server. So I'm actually going to implement a. What's the best way to do this? New folder, test.hpp, cmake list, .txt. We'll call that test. I need to make a wrapper around gtest macros to prefix my test with like unit or graphics, and then I can set up my cmake testing presets to automatically filter for those tests. Be right back. Beef stew. It's hot. Okay. Unhandled promise rejection. Not seen that before. Oh, can I? I didn't think about that. Could I? Do I just make it a import module? All right, we're gonna try this. I'm not. I don't know how this is gonna work because I'm gonna be redefining macros, but I don't know. Can you access macros outside of a module? Modules do not export macros. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so this can't be a module. That's a problem, right? We want to use modules, but there's still third-party libraries out there that solely depend on macros. So this isn't. I actually don't know how to properly do this. This is a good time for an LLM to finish this up for me because I have the idea. I know what I want to do. I don't remember how to do it. Let's say I am trying to implement Awen test as an interface project for other Awen test applications to link against. The test.hpp provides macro wrappers around gtest test macro to prefix the test names with either unit or graphics. Can you implement this? See what happens. I'll let that run and I can take a couple of bites of food. It's not lost on me that the most views I've ever had during stream is when everyone can see the cat. I was worried about this. Is that all it did? Did it? Wait, is it saying that my CMake list is actually correct? I feel like it isn't. Because I want to be able to. This isn't what I want. Because I want to be able to include it as like Awen/test. Because the idea is I do this. And then I include Awen/test/test.hpp. And then this becomes like graphics test, right? One solution obviously is to just create an include folder here, but I think there's like a way in CMake where I can specify how I want the file to be included. Curious to see what this comes up with. Mm. Okay, yeah. We might end up having to just move everything into source slash Awen, and then I think that would achieve the effect I want. Which I'm okay with. That makes sense. Yeah, it's moving into source Awen. So I think I'll eventually want to move the... Oh, might be easy to do. I might just move them now. Okay. So I don't need this. Let's delete it. Awen test HPP, all that looks good. So if I am including or linking against Awen, if I link against Awen test, then I shouldn't need this. Boom. Heck yeah, bugs are the best, aren't they? Especially the esoteric ones. The race condition that passes when you build in debug where you can actually step through the code and it works just fine. But then in release or in production, it always crashes. I used to travel to Vegas for work. And I remember in the evenings on the strip, I would be in a hotel just typing away at my computer to try and like find a way to debug this race condition, and eventually got to a point where I was able to do it, where I would define like a couple of modules as rel with debug, so like some optimization but still with debug symbols, and I was able to link those into like the production environment, and then through that was able to actually get some debugging information to figure out what was going on. That took forever. Uh-oh. Oh. If I only could make a deal with God. Running up that road, running up that hill, running up that building. Sweet. I think this is this working? Hell yeah. This is working. All right, so the next step is to set up CMake presets to actually filter the tests. and then only run unit tests in the software pipeline. So that'll knock out a couple birds with one stone, because that'll knock out test filtering. And I'll be able to commit my changes, so that's good. Oh, breakout? Oh, that's awesome. I will say that, like, Copilot's huge for that. Like, just debugging in general, because it has access to how to run all the different terminals, Bash, Shell, PowerShell, command prompt. And so it can just do all these commands that, like, I just have never used ever in my career. And it just pulls it out and is able to, like, parse files a certain way and help you debug really quickly. Absolutely love it for that. What was I doing? CMake presets. We need to... Oh, I gotta remember how I did that. I've done this before, but I think it's in my GitLab repo, so I'm gonna pull it up here. Deal with God. Get on the swap by places. There we go. Okay. So to do this, we go to where we define our test running in our CMake presets for C-test, which I think I do in my platform. So like on Windows, for instance. Right now we just have like default tests. So what I need is to create a filter for unit and graphics tests, which I can do via, I think it's like this. Ooh, why did that not format? Oh, it's struggling. Oh, I know why. Because I got rid of the prettier. Okay, there we go. All right, so now I can run tests as just unit, or I can do graphics. Thanks for following, Straw Hat. Really appreciate it. Debug graphics unit. So then in my software pipeline, I would just be calling the unit version of these tests. And then I would do the same thing for release. Oh boy. Wonder if there's a way I can compose this, because this is going to get old really quick too. I'll have to figure that out later. I just want to solve this for my failing pipelines right now, which is probably going to be Windows. Actually, I can look. Browser. Failing for Windows, and it didn't run Mac or... Okay, yeah, so it's going to fail for all of them. So Windows, Linux... I'll have to take a look. Linux. Fix. GCC debug. Okay, so this gives me Linux release. I also need to do the same thing for Clang. Come on, come on. Give me that autocomplete. There it is. Clang debug unit, Clang debug graphics, Clang release unit. Perfect. Except I want this to come after. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Do the same thing for Mac. Wonder if it'll autocomplete at this point. Does it know? Come on. Ooh, no, that's not it. Oh, there it is. Oh, let's go. Autocomplete for the win. Ooh. Is that right? Kind of looks right. Is that right? Debug unit, Clang graphics, release unit graphics. Okay, cool. So then in my software pipeline for Linux, wherever I'm running the test, which is, should be like C-test, C-test right here. I can do preset dash unit. C-test dash unit. Windows C-test. Oh, guess I'm hard coding it here. Unit. So now I'm only going to run unit tests on the software pipeline, and then graphics tests I can just run locally to verify things are kosher. Oh yeah, all the auto commenting it's doing. Oh, we actually have an issue. Could not find test preset ARM64 OS X Clang release. I'm gonna reload just to be sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just being able to like, you just get to a point, like, especially like simple functions, you just start typing a comment or something, and it's like, oh, yep, yeah, bloop, there you go. I got a typo or something here somewhere. Test presets. Oh, Clang debug unit. Debug graphics, release unit, release graphics. All this looks good, but I'm worried. I mean, that looks correct. Could not find test preset. ARM OS X Clang. Oh. Wait a minute. We have ARM OS X Clang debug. Oh, yeah. It overwrote the original release preset that I had. There we go. That should do it. All right, we're almost there. Nodes. I think the next thing, well, make sure everything's still compiled. Oh. make sure everything still compiles on Windows. And I'm going to swap over to Linux and make sure all of my static analysis tools are passing. Okay, still built. Still runs at an angle. Ooh, what's our frame rate at now? It's still getting up to 14,000. But there is a period where it drops to 4. Okay, no, I think the cache is warm now. It still drops to 4,000 every now and then. So there might be something funky going on, but you know. What are you gonna do when your 1% lows is 4,000 frames a second? Okay, let's hop over to Linux. Make sure everything is good there. Hey, Devtron, I'll give you credit for at least one thing here with your breakout code. It is pretty clean and easy to read. I do appreciate that. All right, so that configured. Let's make sure it builds. Uh-oh. How in the world did this compile on Windows? Weird. I could definitely tell it's a little old. It's definitely an older style of writing C++. But that's okay. I have seen some really old code on the job. And sometimes it is what it is because no one wants to pay for the updates. Okay, everything compiled. Let's make sure it runs on Linux. Did I do release or debug? Release. All right, it runs on Linux, so we are good there. Resizes and everything. Okay. Here's the real test. I'm going to run Clang Tidy, and Clang Tidy is going to call me out for all kinds of crap. Definitely it's going to call me out for the recursion again. That makes sense. I learned C++ 98 in school, but when I actually started my career, I pretty much jumped right into C++ 11. And like I mentioned in the previous stream, we were already using Boost. So making use of shared pointers and file system from Boost. So I was already getting a head start on slightly modern C++. And then I've basically been in a position to choose what compilers and tool chains my teams use to build a product, and so I've always tried to like mostly stay ahead of the game. Try and stay like 3 years behind whatever the latest stuff is. Unknown argument? Oh no. My Clang Tidy doesn't know modules. What? Import Awen raylib.node. Module Awen. Oh, I know what's wrong. So, okay. So this is interesting with Clang Tidy, especially if you're using like header and source files. You can just like have Clang Tidy parse them and be fine. It turns out with CPP modules, you need the intermediate module files that are getting generated during the build step in order for Clang Tidy to like understand what these import statements do. So I actually have to build a Clang build first to generate those I think they're like .gcm files. I forget what they stand for. All right, that configured. Let's build. All right, now here we go. Clang Tidy. No whammies, no whammies. Come on, no whammies. Please, no whammies. It's definitely going to call me out on recursion. For sure. If I have any magic numbers, it's going to call me out on that, so probably main.cpp. Oh, no. Oh, that's an easy one. Oh, I got. I'm all about const correctness, and I got. That's my B. What else? What else is it calling me out on? Whoops. Dot x equals. Okay. What else is it calling me out on? Fair. I'm so not used to being able to do this in C++. It is kind of nice. I know more modern languages are doing this now. So it's kind of cool that C++ is at least somewhat keeping up. Okay, now it's calling me out on my magic numbers. This is temporary, so I'm just going to cheat. No lint begin. No lint end. All of this looks the same. All that looks good. See, my last job, I was hired as a C++ engineer. My interview was all C++. And then like on the job, I spent the entire year writing Python. Like, what? Why? Why'd you interview me for C++ if you were just going to have me write Python? And I was terrible at writing Python. I didn't know what I was doing. Did you know you can index like lists in Python with like a -1 and that actually does something? I didn't. Okay, now we're back to yell at me for recursion. Well, it turns out I want recursion, stupid Clang Tidy, so you could shut your mouth. Okay, so we're gonna shut this up somehow. Miscellaneous, no recursion. You know what? I'm just gonna... Everyone avert your eyes. You're not seeing that I'm doing this. Do as I say, not as I do. Look at that. I just solved my problem. It's my code base. I can do what I want. There we go. Clang tidy is passing. Okay, so one last check. Let's make sure WebAssembly is still good. Ooh, apparently I didn't have the dependencies cached. Shouldn't take too long to build. So what else do I have left? Recursion's done. Move render to window is done. Engine access via object. I probably need to do startup. Oh, test filtering is done. Okay, so we got test filtering done. To do. Engine access, startup. This event stuff is going to be a small chunk of work, I think. I might not have time. Yeah, now I'm thinking about it. I think I'm going to save events for Monday, 5:30 Eastern. And that'll probably be the entire stream is just getting events working because I'm going to have to handle translating Raylib events, and Raylib is designed to be easy, and so it does a lot of hand holding, but because of that, it makes access to its events a little annoying. So I'm going to have to do some like enum trickery and shenanigans to get events to behave the way I want them to behave in my engine. Okay, so that built the dependencies. So I think that's a good topic to just cover in one stream on Monday. Okay, let's see if it will still run. WebAssembly installed, web, show preview. Well, there you go. It runs at 60 frames a second in a browser inside my VS Code. So WebAssembly is still working. Cool. I think we're in a good state. Let's hop back over to Windows. I need to commit my changes. All these changes. Ooh, got a lot of work done today. Implement. What all did I do? Implement node rendering and test filtering. Cool. All right, so what's left? My notes like got written to a directory I wasn't expecting it to get written to. Where'd it go? Notes.md. Oh, it's in app. I want to move that to root. What is it doing? Whatever. Okay. Engine access via object. Oh, how do I want to do this? So, I think just from a convenience perspective, if you've ever used a game engine, something like Unity, Unreal, Godot, typically they give you access to the engine, which might have some additional functionality you want to use. For me, one of the things I know I'm going to need is the ability to push events to the engine so that it can, dispatch the event to whoever needs to handle it, kind of thing. Um, and more specifically, my window class needs access to the events to do that. And right now, I'm kind of just poor man's access to the engine. You can just call get parent, dynamic cast it, and if it's the engine, stop it when the window closes, right? But really, what would be nice is I do something like engine, I don't know, send event, and the window close event is an event that I send, and then inside the engine, if it receives a close event, it will quit. It will close itself, right? So that's kind of where I'm at with this. But in order to do this, I don't want to have like continuously dynamic cast, get parent dynamic cast. I could technically just do a recursion up the tree based on parents to get the engine. And honestly, I could do that to where like the first time you call get engine, it will traverse and then cache it. But I don't want to have to like the problem with that and the problem with this solution is even if we were okay with doing dynamic cast, every time I get the engine, I have to do this if not equal null, right? And I don't know if I want to do that. I would like some kind of guarantee that the engine isn't null when I'm accessing these objects. I don't know if that's possible, because you could have an object that is parentless, but you could still have access to the engine. So there's a couple of potential options here. An annoying to type option would be that you take this engine and you pass it into the constructor of every single object ever that will exist in this. And there's something to be said about the explicitness of doing that. There's obviously the singleton option, which, while nice and convenient, does present some issues with testing. There is the singleton light option, which is basically, you still instantiate it like you would, but there is a global function available that you essentially set, like when you construct this, you set it to a global variable. Global non-constant variables are so dangerous. They're just so dangerous, especially if your software is ever to be used by someone else. It just causes so many problems. So I've done everything in my power, like professionally, to just never do that. So, another option. Ooh. Maybe I can go the cache route. So maybe we do two birds with one stone. So another option is this whole like on startup, on load thing. This is basically called once for an object. So like secondary initialization, lazy loading, that kind of thing. We could do the engine cache there, right? Because on startup is only ever getting called when your object is already added or is getting added to something that has started, which is the engine, right? So we could do that. So maybe let me implement on startup first. And I'm calling it on startup. We have options. It could be on startup, on load. Godot calls it ready. On init, just depends on what naming convention I'm going for. The hardest part about programming is figuring out how to use names. I think I'm just used to on startup, so I think that's what I'll stick to. I kind of like on load. On startup. Okay. So we're going back to our object, because all of our objects are going to use this. And one thing I could do here is for the on startup, I could pass in the engine. Nah. All right. Destroyed. I haven't done anything with this on destroyed yet, but it exists for a reason, and it's going to be used to handle references to our pointers. But that's for another day. On startup. Guess I don't really need to do this anymore. So another thing we're going to need to do is probably track the state of our object. Like, has it been started up? Because if it has, we don't call it again. Because that way we can dynamically add objects to a running tree and know that it can be initialized. Oh yeah, print instead of cout would be one modernization you can do. I mean, I'm just now starting to use print. I've used cout my entire career. Print and standard format or lib format. What am I doing here? What am I doing? So I need to keep track of some state. I'll just make it a Boolean for now. I think we're going to have to add on to this at some point, but for now we can just keep it a Boolean. I'll just call it started. Okay, I got to think about this. If started return, set started to true. It's probably good enough for now. And then the other thing I can do is class engine. So it calls startup. So I think we would have the engine before that gets called. So this is basically going to be, how do I do this? Auto star parent. While Okay, so if the parent is an engine, break out of the loop. Otherwise, get the next parent. I think that makes sense. I could... Oh, man. I am wondering if I should pass in engine and then guarantee the engine can't be null. And then all of these add child, add node member functions can just pass their engine into it. It's a little more annoying, but it does give a guarantee, and then I don't have to do all of this like dynamic casting and if checks. So to do this though, I think I need not null. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm gonna run into a shoot. Am I gonna run into a dependency circle? A dependency loop? I guess let me figure out if that's what's gonna happen. Like, will that cause problems? So then in main, except we don't pass by null, we guarantee. We force the user to have to pass in an engine, a non-null engine. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to do what I want. Mainly because of modules. I might have to play with this one later. I think for now I'll just do the startup trick and cache it. The issue I'm going to run into is a circular dependency, which I have not figured out how to resolve using modules. Like with header files, I would normally just do like forward declaration. I have not had that kind of luck with modules, so I'm not sure about that. So I think for now, this is good enough. It does mean that I have to do an if check anytime I try to access the engine. Oh, I might not be able to do this anyway. I'm pretty certain this is going to yell at me. Dang it. Dang it. You know what? It's LLM time. Because I legit don't know the best way to go about doing this. I have some ideas, but it's all going to take a lot of typing, I think. I'll leave that there so it has something to work off of. Actually, I'll leave the forward declaration there as well. Pull out the big guns. I need the core object to have access to the engine object. This can, I think this can be done by passing in the engine, passing in a reference to the engine via object constructor. Or I can traverse the parent tree to get parent tree and dynamic cast and cache a pointer to the engine. The problem is with C++ modules, I end up with a circular dependency. What options would you recommend to resolve this, or should I take a different approach entirely? Let's see what happens. Yeah, I mean, I'm having success with modules on Windows, Linux, Mac, WebAssembly, Android. I'm having success, like I can compile and everything. I'm just not like, there's like, I feel like I'm starting back from scratch, right? I have all these years of experience with header files and CPP files and all the tricks to handle like circular dependencies, etc. Those same tricks don't always work for modules. And then the other issue I sometimes run into is third-party libraries don't play nice with modules. And then every once in a while, I also run into just a straight-up internal compile error because of an edge case that no one's like tested because not everyone's using modules yet. Uh-oh, my cat's missing. That means he's... Nope. Okay, we're good. I thought it meant he was going to start bugging me. Okay. I guess that's one way to keep the dependency out. Ugh. Yeah, I guess. Plan. Give object access to engine without a circular dependency. There's no real cycle. Object already forward declares and has both an engine member and a get engine that returns engine. So the object module never has to import engine. Why this BC alternatives? Wired up by propagation through the parent-child tree. No constructor injection, no dynamic cast. What? Constructor injects forces every object to plumb engine through its constructor. Parent walk dynamic cache needs propagation steps. In object, add a friend class engine. Ugh. I don't like using friend. Really don't like using the friend keyword. Inside object, add a private set engine recursive helper that iteratively walks children. In engine, replace the default constructor with a defined constructor that sets the engine to this. Friend declaration, new private recursive setter. I'll say. The engine constructor assigns this pointer to itself. Optional new test carry. I don't know if I like this. Propagation over constructor injection or parent walk casting. Should set engine recursive also invoke virtual? I don't like this solution. Show an example of this implementation without changing files. Yeah, I get that. But how does... Oh, it's not accounting for the fact that I can have children that aren't added to anyone. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, it's assuming all my code gets added like this. It's funny, this solution is actually a solution I used years ago. So anytime I dynamically add a child, whenever its parent gets added to the engine, that engine pointer gets propagated to all of its children. So eventually, the object will have to get added to the engine. What are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Is it time for you to eat? Is it time for you to eat? Yeah, you're biting me. Little twerp. What do I want to do? Let's see. Let's see if that actually means I don't need the dependency. So I don't have any dynamic cast in here. Nope. So does this compile? If it doesn't, then this solution won't work anyway. Crap. I was really hoping it wouldn't compile. Dang it. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I guess this could work. It's fine. Um, it'll work for now. I might have to change this later though. So what I can do is, I see why it's making it a friend class. I'll just make it a public function though. It's not a big deal. Modify at your own risk. Set engine. Unresolved external symbol because of window, probably because I'm not importing. Well, I'm importing core. Uh-oh. The definition of set engine is not getting linked. Prelude window. I'm worried this is going to turn out that I actually do need to import the engine into my translation unit, which means this all is busted. Let's see what it says. Oh. This is MSVC module attached linkage bug from my notes. The decorated name confirms it. Set engine is declared inside object purview, so MSVC attaches module linkage to it, and a definition in a separate CPP file without object won't resolve it. Oh, modules. Oh, the pain that I am putting on myself by using modules. This wouldn't be an issue if I just stuck with headers. But I gotta learn. I gotta figure out how this stuff works. The other potential option I have. Oh, gosh, I don't know. Oh, I don't like this. It wants to inline the engine assignment directly in add child and remove without calling a helper function at all. Just access engine directly. Interesting. Oh, so no set function. Because that might require the engine to exist or be defined. Which is why it wants to do the friend class thing. So that it can just, so the engine can just set itself directly. I see. The fix, remove the separate set engine method. Direct member access stays entirely within this. The object context with no cross module engine parameter or any function. Holy crap, plus 53. Uh-oh. I don't know if I like that. What is it doing? Makes the engine a friend class. Oh, no. Oh, God. Nope, nope, nope. No, this is gross. I don't like this. Modules suck. Programming sucks. C++ sucks. Everything is awful. Is there another solution? Does the core object need access to the engine, or can I move that? Because I want access to the engine to start with for events. So I could move this to node, and that might resolve my issue. For now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. This is gross. I do not like this. Discard, abort. Okay, let's try oh my gosh. Startup. Oh, that's good. So I just need to get the engine stuff out of object. Let's get rid of engine. I'm trying. Okay, node. Now we need node. Raylib node. Here, I should be safe to import engine. Core object. I'll just import core. And then I'll just have the engine on this guy. Is the solution still the same? Okay. So now I can. Oh man. A window doesn't have a position rotation scale, so it doesn't make sense to make that a node. Node. Nodes. Set engine. What do I do? Nah, screw it. We're gonna cheat. I'm just gonna make this easy for now. If engine equals null and parent is not null, does that matter? That matters. And parent is not null. Auto star parent equals parent while parent is not null. We'll keep going. If we find the engine, cache it. No, I see why. We'll do this. So if the engine is null, if the engine is not null, we return it. Ooh. I guess it's still not guaranteed, is it? Store the engine, return the engine. Okay. So that's basically get engine on the node. So then in window, all I need to do is root node get engine. And if it's not null, stop. Cannot access private member. Engine cannot be modified because it is being accessed through a const object. Son of a biscuit. Ooh, I'm saying no except. Dynamic cast doesn't throw exception, right? I think it just fails, returns null. In a well-defined program, it cannot. The standard does not allow it. The value of a failed cast to pointer type is null pointer. However, if you pass dynamic cast an invalid pointer, then you invoke undefined behavior, and anything may happen, including some implementation defined C++ exception or a runtime crash. Okay, you cannot catch. Okay, I'm going to leave it as no except. Okay, so that built. Still runs. We're looking good. We're looking bad. It doesn't close anymore. Oh, crap. So this function isn't even getting hit. If window should close. Okay. Call stack. Main thread. We are in our Lambda here. Root node. Oh, root node might not be a child. Root node is not a child of window. That's my B. My B. We need to fix that. This needs to be... what does this need to be? What does this need to be? This needs to be like... Awen... Oops. Awen raylib node. It's a root node. And then we do add child node. So then set node needs to be, do I actually support adding a child with a unique pointer? I do. Okay. Window. So then set root node needs to be, needs to be like that. Okay. Engine access via object end up becoming engine access via node. So now I'll be able to use this to do event handling and passing events around. I'm still going to at least like offline think about how see if I can figure out a better way, because I would prefer engine access to be a part of the object if I can. Otherwise, I might do what I just did with Node here and maybe create another core layer for engine handling itself. Have engine derived from object, but then maybe I have like a updatable object, and that's where all the update functions live and where the engine lives. I'll have to think about that. On startup, we have now event handling. I'm going to save for tomorrow. I do want to make sure we have some test coverage here for these new features. No, that's not what I would need. Object. Sure. It's a test I don't have. Also need to make sure startup doesn't get called again. Startup recursive. Oh, well Well, this is completely wrong. It should expect a call count of 1. Oh. Yeah, startup should only be getting called once. All right, now I'm curious because it tried to do this, but this should fail. Oh, unable to recover from previous errors stopping. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that does fail. It just got it wrong. All right, cool. So startups tested. We need to get a little bit of node testing. Close others. Ooh, it's going to be a graphics test. Weird. Oh, that's fair. I didn't add a So let's run all of our tests at once. Uh-oh. This is awkward. We have engine on update. We call engine run. So when update occurs, we should stop. But it's not stopping. I might know why. Oh no. How do I stop a test that's in the middle of running forever inside a not terminal? Oh no. Oh god. It's gonna run forever. Is there a way to cancel? I think we're okay. Nope. That's not what I thought was gonna happen. This should work. Because when update is called, the engine on update would get called. We tell it to stop, which sets running to false. And then the next loop, running is false. So we escape the loop and we return success. Ooh, can I debug from here? Or do I have to debug from here? I probably have to debug from here. Okay. Oh, engine.run. It's a different test. Oh no. I literally have a test that runs the engine and engine.unit update? What is going on? Engine.unit engine.update update. This is also calling run. All right. The LLM definitely got some of these tests wrong. But to be fair, I didn't prompt it. I just let it autocomplete. So that's not a good test either. So anything that runs indefinitely, update fix limit, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. Okay. So that ran both unit test and graphics test. So I need to make sure the filter works. So if I do unit, will this just run unit tests? The following tests failed. Okay, something's not right. I don't think my preset. I don't think my test header is correct. Okay. This ran unit tests. It's failing update pre-signal. Oh, it's expecting on update post, but it calls update. That's annoying. Update recursive is calling update. Update fixed. Update fixed. Update. And then this should be update pre. Okay. Ugh. Testing is so dumb. You won't have test failures if you never test. Just take my advice on that. All right. Everything appears to be passing, and it's just unit tests, so that's good. So now if I switch over to graphics, I should only run graphics tests. And that is what's happening. Ooh, but we got a failure. Graphics node render. With an exception. We make a node. We call on render. And that's it. Weird. Oh, I bet I need... Oh, man. Oh, I need a graphics context. You gotta have a graphics context. Crap. Which means a node. To test a node, I pretty much always have to... Oh, man. Curious if that's going to be good enough or if I have to add it. Okay. Yeah, so I think to do any kind of graphics testing, you obviously got to have a graphics context, which is going to be this window. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Everything is passing. So one last check on Linux, and then I think we are good, and I will end it there. So let's make sure Linux is good. Looking good. All right. Is that all I did was implement engine? Oh, and startup. Implement engine access for nodes and startup for objects. Cool. All right, folks. I believe that is all she wrote, or he, for that matter. Um, so to recap, what all did we do? I got a bunch of like recursive functionality added, so we can collect children recursively, even if we ended up not using it to do iteration. That's fine. Added some additional update functions and moved all the rendering to the nodes. A little bit of separation of concerns type thing. Got engine access to the nodes in preparation for event handling, and what else? Unit testing with filtering to work for the pipelines. So not a bad bit of code written in about 5 hours. So Monday, tomorrow, unless something comes up, I plan on being on around 5:30 Eastern. I think the next step is events. So just basically translating Raylib events and its event handling into like some core API stuff for the engine. That's going to make it possible to handle joystick stuff for my game. I also might have one of my coworkers or like previous coworkers on to discuss a project that I want him to work on top of this engine. Um, I haven't told him this yet, but a couple of things that I want to do for this engine is one, with VC Package Manager, I want to create like a registry so that if anyone chose to use this engine, like say for me in my game, I want to be able to list it Awen inside my vcpackage.json file. But to do that, we're going to have to stand up a registry that references the repo and handles versioning and stuff like that. I've already laid down some of the groundwork to make this possible via the install, which is why you've always seen that like /installed directory inside my build folders. We're going to make use of that, right? Everything I do has a reason. It just might not all be obvious at the start, right? But there's a reason for everything I do. And then the other big project that I think I want him to start digging into is figuring out a scripting language to use for this engine, because I really want hot reloading. I want the ability to make a change to a file, save it, and then have the application refresh or relaunch or what have you, so that I can script up the game as we are doing active development. But I want to be able to do it all through VS Code. I don't want like a special editor that I have to relearn or develop, because I mean, for one, it'll take forever to make. But two, I just kind of want to just do everything in VS Code and be done with it, right? So I'm going to have him do some research. I don't know if I'm going to land on like Lua or JavaScript even. I don't know. But the goal would be to essentially like script up our types in this language, and maybe even something custom, and then have it instantiate all those nodes that I created. Yeah, WebAssembly. I'm already supporting WebAssembly. And so being able to script up those types and have them essentially auto generate almost, or auto load. So I'm gonna talk to him about that tomorrow. If he is willing to, I'll have him do it online with me. We'll probably do it via Discord, and then I can just show him on my screen. Unless he also has a Twitch. I don't know if he does or not. But we'll figure that out. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I think that's where things are. After that discussion, I'll probably do some look into getting that event stuff up and running. Tuesday, Thursdays, I'm probably going to be playing some kind of video game. Not sure. I might continue with Baldur's Gate. Maybe I'll hop on Rocket League, and you'll see how anger-inducing Rocket League is to me. Or maybe I'll play something else. I'm not sure. But gotta take a mental break. Otherwise, I'll burn myself out way too quick just doing coding every single day. But yeah, I think that's it, guys. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for visiting the Discord. And I will catch you guys later. See ya.